the TTKs, if you prefer to have TTK variables, they can tune all of these things so that the game is less predictable. When you load into after an update, knowing that everyone's going to use the exact same weapon as yesterday is not a good thing. There should be an exploration period, obviously, with all these sites and having access to all the different information. People get it quicker. People aren't felt like they're left behind, but it also feels like they've taken a step back in how often they change the meta. If you want a good comparison for Warzone 1, when I think we had lots of varied metas, Warzone Ranked actually had a link for this back in the day that he was able to share with me, and you could actually see how the metas progress through the various seasons. And we got all the different seasons. You can see with the input weapons, and you can see every season we're getting brand new and varied metas. Sometimes what they did, surprise buff an old gun, and then that would shoot to the meta, and you'd be like, yeah, I haven't used that gun in forever. And then they'd introduce a new weapon. It was completely overpowered, but the other guns still stayed in the meta. You can see the Kar 98 throughout here a bunch, MP5 a bunch, the Grau a bunch, the FFAR, the Kilo. A lot of these guns maintained usage even if they weren't the hard meta, and that is what's severely lacking with the current Warzone, that it's okay to switch this up. Maybe they got so data driven and they realized, oh, leveling guns is trash. Instead of making new weapons maybe the meta all the time, buff one of these ones that people have already leveled, people have already used, or maybe add incentives to leveling certain weapons. Maybe brand new DLC weapons at all times will always have double weapon XP, so somebody joining the game has access to that right away. I don't know. Maybe make it so Warzone doesn't require you to level gun to have attachment. There's lots of things you can do. And we have a bunch of these bullet points to kind of breeze through really quickly. Before we get too deep into it, we do have a sponsor, which we'll do now. Today's video brought to you by Factor Meals, the chef-created, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals straight to your door. One of my favorite parts about Factor Meals is it really makes it easy for me to manage my macros, maintaining how much protein I get on a daily basis. For sponsoring today's video. Welcome back. What Raven has done right is the gameplay loop. It works. We got Verdansk, we got Avalon. It kind of bounces back and forth. I think the movement's in a generally okay spot. I think the grapple hook got dialed in a little bit. The TTK I think is in a good spot. Gunplay's in a good spot. How loadouts work and attachments are in a good spot. Just the overall diversity of the weapons is not. The looting doesn't feel great because the floor loot isn't varied enough. The default loadouts aren't keeping up like they were in those first two or three seasons of this year. Kind of like they baited us into feeling like, hey, you know what? Maybe they got a grasp on this because they were cooking. I actually felt like I jinxed it because the day I praised them in a video and I said, hey, I think they've been actually cooking and they've actually been doing a really good job on supporting the meta and maintaining the game over these 3 months leading up to Blackout or Black Ops Royale. They were cooking. It was going good. I said that, and then they basically stopped doing it. Don't touch the gameplay loop of drop, loot, loadout, you know, you rotate, fight, win. That part, don't worry, like, don't change that. Tune the variables that you can choose without impacting the game significantly. And what they've done is kind of done the lazy route, which either makes me think that, you know, maybe they had more plans for Black Ops Royale and it flopped. They said they were going to plan to support it quite a bit. That hasn't happened. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that, but it's basically like that's not even in the mode anymore that's even important or played. So I would imagine that those plans shifted and they're probably just focusing on the new Warzone right now, which is okay, but whoever's handling the current version of Warzone should be tuning and dialing in the weapons to at least make it fresh for the people that are there. Great that you add Champions Quest, great that you add Ranked, great that you add all these winning things for camos. But the average person ain't doing any of that. Let's be real. They're not. You know, they're still missing Plunder, which is gone. Casual playlist is great, but that doesn't supplement Plunder. Plunder was its own thing. And it's like, why'd they remove it? One thing that we saw in the spreadsheet thing is that you can see that there's a continual pattern of shifting. They got to get into a mode where that is the case for the current meta. And it's okay to like randomly make a BO6 weapon meta, randomly make an MW3 weapon meta. Why not? Like, just make it completely broken, oops, for a week, whatever. Just shake it up a little bit for guns that people already have leveled. And they have the data to know which weapons have already been leveled. Because you're not going to drive new people to the game with just the same old boring meta. There's no reason to jump on. Especially if you're not going to go for a Champions Quest. And you're not going to be playing Ranked for Iridescent or Platinum or Diamond or whatever the hell. You're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. And although I don't think every brand new weapon that comes out needs to be hard, overpowered meta, that is something we consistently saw in that graph that we were looking at, is that over time, it looks like the meta does shift and you do get these hard breaks when a new weapon comes out. And that was something a lot of people lean towards, because when they did add a new Cold War gun, a new Vanguard gun, we would, like, every update was like instant kind of hype that, ooh, it's something new, something different. And it felt different. It was the fact that we got a new gun in Warzone always felt good and refreshing. even if it was short-lived and it was overpowered for a period of time, maybe something worked as unintended, and that's fine. Let the community play with it for a week or two, and then boom, back to doing something different. But right now, it's like, what is the purpose of these new weapons? Sure, they might work in multiplayer or in-game or zombies even, but if they're not going to be working in Warzone, what's the point? Why are they attached to the game if they're not useful? These aftermarket parts, not useful in any meaningful way. Oftentimes, they're worse. More than often, they're worse than the base version of the gun, versus it would be nice if they were just broken, and it wouldn't be take a lot of work to tweak it so that they were broken and they were a little bit fun. The way that they did it with Warzone 1, it didn't feel like you had to chase the meta because the gun you still liked would still compete. It's just that other one gave you like a fraction of an edge. Sometimes it was completely broken, like DM.
Oh man.
So it's a menace, let's play, bro.
Round sound loud. Round sound loud.
Thanks for the follow, though.
MR or the Bruin or the Growl with the iron sights that were like the Archangel, whatever nonsense. But then once it got dialed in, it was still viable and you could use about 4 or 5 different long range options at all time, and that they were all pretty competitive. Same thing for the close range. Even though everyone kind of gravitated towards 1 or 2, way more options were used and way more of options were viable long term over those months of the game. And realistically, they should just follow these rules when adding a new weapon. Should either be competitive, fill a niche, or counter an existing meta. So it'll replace and swap out. So it'll end up beating whatever is the current meta. I'm not a fan of that last one as much because then you kind of power creep. And that's kind of what ended up happening with the health changes and then also the TTK changes towards the end of Vanguard and stuff like that. It just didn't work out. And then they tried it again after Warzone 2 and then they had to die. So there's some issues with that. I think it's fine to have a 600 TTK up close, 550 to 600, long range 900, 850 to 1000, depending on the recoil of the weapon. That's fine. And they've already shown that they can do this because they have for those first 2 or 3 seasons of this game's life cycle. For Warzone this year with BO7, they did do this. When the game came out, we had a few different weapons to use. Floor loot was updated. Mid-season got an update. That was good. Next season, new weapon added. That was good. floor loot added, and it wasn't a power creep thing. They buffed some stuff, they nerfed some stuff, other things got buffed. The AK is a perfect example of this. It slowly went from like really hard to use to better, and now it's in conversation of the meta, right? But it's like one of those things that's just not happening enough with enough weapons. And they promise that, hey, we're gonna have the ability to tune all these things and dial it in. And again, it feels like they've already moved on to the next version of the game, because some of the things that we're seeing look eerily similar to how it looked at the end of Warzone 1 before we went to Warzone 2 with MW2. And some people will wonder, why don't other games have this same issue? Obviously, Warzone is a little bit of a different beast. The annual life cycle of the game is tied to Warzone, even though we've wanted it split off forever. Apex doesn't have this problem. They're not tied to another game, and nor does Fortnite. It has a creative freedom to do a bunch. They got to balance that out against the previous game. This time around, when we do Warzone 2,
Joe's lost. I mean, not Joe. Jago has lost a lot of weight, bro. Respect to him. Yup. Yup. Variable soon gone. Bro, shit was so ass. Yup.
there's like dozens of things that were just not good, and they got to keep that gameplay loop. Loadouts are still going to stay. They're not going to go anywhere. Obviously, we've seen the comparison of Black Ops Royale not being supported. It just means that that's a dated system. It doesn't work. Warzone became popular for a reason. Stay grounded to that movement philosophy that made Warzone 1,
Those are bad shots.
I think good. It was simple, intuitive, predictable. Even though at times we did have really fast movement in Warzone 1, it was still always pretty predictable, except for like one instance where it was kind of broken with some of the movements and the stem and stuff, but that got dialed in, so that's fine. Until they solve the better onboarding, the cheater situation, those are always going to be problems, because how do you keep players when they run into a cheater? They're going to stop playing. New players, if they have to level up everything, that's not fun. They got to figure out how to tweak those systems and improve those systems. So my suggestion to Raven is do not try to chase a new identity like we did with the Warzone 2, even though I don't know if they were 100% behind that decision. Maybe IW influenced that a little bit. You know, they got new studio heads at IW, so maybe the teamwork will be a little bit better that way around. Keep the familiar gameplay loop that I think works. Keep the sandbox evolving like you did for these first couple months, and follow through and deliver. Make it easy for players to adapt and come along as new players, to invite their friends. Because at the end of the day, Warzone is a fun game to play when you're with a varied group of friends that could just jump on and play the game and not have to overthink it. We got to the point where we were just overthinking it. And hopefully we get some more information. It's been kind of quiet on the MW4 DMZ front. I think we're going to get news about the BO1, BO2 port, probably even before that, maybe on the 16th during Champs.
Mouse and keyboard, I need to get warm.
Yeah, it's up. Okay. I'm going back. Fuck it. I'll just leave, I guess. I'm so shit. That's unfortunate. Hmm.
Why did feminism not become the dominant thing in the culture until 100 years ago? Or anything until I had my first baby when I was 20. And right after that, That the big event of 2001 happened, which is when I really started paying to the attention to the news. Here I'm a brand new mom, a young mom. I'm watching what's going on in the world. And at the same time that these things are happening, because that was a big like red pill experience for a lot of people my age, being a young adult going through that event. And at the same time, for the first time in my life, I've got this little baby. I didn't know I would love being a mom so much. I didn't know it would be such a big deal for me. But when I had my first child and I went to do what all of us moms do now, which is you have the baby, you take a few weeks off, and then you go back to work and you have to bring the baby to daycare. Golden Dawn.
Missing shots, bro.
On like all the different esoteric, groups that are out there. And as I kept finding this, I thought, okay, I can't ignore this aspect because I keep finding it. There's something here. There's something to this. I thought it would be more about like the funding and the politics, but I found this common spiritual thread among all of these women who were so passionate about feminism that it was like that Christianity is the patriarchy, and that's really what they were fighting. And I was shocked to find a PhD thesis by a professor out of Sweden who himself is a Luciferian. So obviously he and I have different worldviews.
Box. Okay. fucking. What was that?
But he found the same thing that I found. And he wrote his PhD thesis, which is a book you can buy on Amazon called Satanic Feminism. And it talks about how first wave feminism, we're talking late 1700s through the 19th century, these women openly saw Lucifer as their liberator. They wrote about it, they talked about it. And I'm like, why have I never heard that, right? So that's kind of the paradigm shatter for me, was to realize that this is a spiritual battle more than it is a political one. The politics is downstream, but that this is a spiritual thing. And even for these women that far back, they saw this as a spiritual battle more than they even saw it as a political or a financial or a social battle. So that completely changed the way that I looked at feminism and family dynamics and gender dynamics. So that's why I wrote it, and that's what really kind of blew my mind about it.
Why did you call it occult feminism?
There's two reasons. That title kind of has a dual meaning. One is because the word occult just means secret or hidden. Mm-hmm. So there's actually an entire hidden history of feminism. The history that you and I have been taught, like we just went over in the beginning of, the women were oppressed and so they had to get freedom and blah, blah, blah. That's the mainstream version we've all heard, that all the feminists were angels, heroes, brave, strong. We owe them everything, right? They were these heroes. But the secret history, the real history, has actually been gatekept by women's studies departments, by gender studies departments, which were started in 1970 by the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation to kind of astroturf the movement.
How much can you see with those shotting gun of yours?
Shit. I know some diggers that would say that as blasphemous speech. What did he say? I hear this nigga. Copy. Oh, I see you. There not be anybody here. Okay. That's annoying.
She was brought to a war to he tried to off himself.
I thought the guy was trash.
The next day, they got this dude free falling with his eyes closed. Are we serious? Why his suicide attempt so passionate and peaceful, bruh? This how I look singing that raw wave in the shower after I did.
I didn't know where he was. Fuck off, man. Oh, where did he come from, man? Fuck off, bro. The nigga just turned around. Fuck. Let's go buy some. Oh, we got a block list. We got a block list. You know what that means? Someone sus is in the game. Fun. You're doing too much, Loki. Even like Piccolo when he sourced on first stage Cell by going up to him backwards and kicking him, bro. That could be anyone. Chaotic. I mean, my nuts. Are you serious? No, I didn't even mean to fucking fall, bro. Oh, that's so annoying. For fuck's sake, bro.
Beba 3-3.
He passed the tuning exams at age 10. That is elite, bro. At 10, I was tryharding on Minecraft, Kit PvP, and Pot PvP. Niggas were not hanging with me in that. At 10, I was watching Rice Gum and found out about prime time. primetime samurai. What the hell do you guys know about primetime samurai? I don't.
Real. Most valid crash out ever. do I lose that? Did I run out of bullets?
Lee Village? Are we serious? You mean the same Lee Village who told Kakashi's father to genuinely blow his shit smooth off for saving his friends? You mean KK Konoha, the United States of Konoha? The same Konoha that told you, a 13-year-old Itachi, to slime out your whole family? That's the village you love so much, care so much for, and want to switch up on your mans for? Chat, am I wildin'? Is he not a bastard? Is Itachi Uchiha genuinely not a sorry-ass little boy with Stockholm Syndrome? That's like me slamming out all black people in America for Donald J. Trump. Why the hell would I slime out LeBron James for Donald J. Trump? If he said Atlanta, then maybe I could consider it. When they start talking about Operation Take Atlanta Off the Globe, for good!
I got involved with that.
Like, at least when Omni-Man and Maki switched up on their family, it actually made sense. They're family was high-key bugging. Like the Zenin clan, they were straight buns, bro. If you were in the Zenin clan and came out the womb and you wasn't moving like Braun immediately, they was not jacking you, gang. If you came out that coochie with no cursed energy, no curse nothing, ain't shit about you was cursed, you was catching straight belt your whole childhood, teenagehood, everything hood, nigga. Like Toji, his whole family did not jack him because he had cursed energy, but guess what though?
Nice driving, mate. No way I'm going up.
He had a heavenly restriction. Basically what that means is in exchange for having no cursed abilities, he instead had these hands. And these hands could genuinely disassemble any sorcerer alive. With the sole exception of Satoru Gojo, of course. But then wait, even then, he slimed Gojo out too! Kind of, and then this happened. Yo, Ace, is that you? Nobody in Toji's sorry ass family with all their spells and cursed energy could even hang with bro, but they was still hating on him. So when somebody else in the family was born with no cursed energy, Maki Zenin, they gave her the same treatment. So once her twin sister sacrificed her life,
first bounty is free on this fuck ass map. What the fuck is that? Doing some crap. What is this map?
Not even doing it anymore.
There's no way he shoots me through the flinch. What? Brother. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off, bro. God. Flinch just doesn't matter anymore, bro. Shout out to Metaphor. That nigga correct.
To give Maki more strength. She did what I'm low-key surprised Toji didn't do himself. She rolled up on her own hood that actively disrespected her and slimed out every single
What? Fucking recording stopped?
outskirts of the village. You know what I'm saying? Over time, this created resentment, anger, hatred. It was getting done like niggas, and by niggas, I mean niggas. So, you know what I'm saying? The Uchiha are low-key strong, they're low-key powerful. They got that scrap on them, they got that scrap in their own eyeballs. So they was like, we're getting mistreated, you know what I'm saying? How about we burn?
Goddamn. Oh my god, bro, I didn't see him.
These niggas! In my opinion, a reasonable conclusion to come to, seeing as they have been oppressed for decades now. However, unfortunately, a man named Danzo Shimura exists in the Leaf Village. Now, if you want to know the abhorrent things Danzo has done, basically half the major problems in the story he caused. He stole a teenage ucheddarr Sharingan because he's greedy. After the Nine Tails attack on the Leaf Village, he managed to isolate
Danzo Shimura heavily contributed to the isolation of the Uchiha clan, while the foundational segregation began earlier under the second Hokage. Danzo actively used the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack to marginalize, physically relocate, and constantly monitor them, which ultimately sparked their plans for a coup. His role in the isolation and eventual downfall of the clan included several key actions: forced relocation, strict surveillance.
the isolated even more. Nigga, how is that possible? The Uchiha clan was already in the outskirts. He pushed them in the outskirts even more. He instigated Hanzo the Salamander, which was basically Kobe of the ninja world, to give the Akatsuki, which at first was a peaceful, non-violent organization, by the way, straight backshot, straight meat, straight dick, which led to the creation of pain, which led to making the Akatsuki evil, which led to getting the Leaf Village to resemble pushed them in the outskirts even more. He instigated Hanzo the Salamander, which was basically Kobe of the ninja world, to give the Akatsuki, which at first was a peaceful, non-violent organization, by the way, straight backshot, straight meat, straight dick, which led to the creation of pain, which led to making the Akatsuki evil, which led to getting the Leaf Village to resemble Japan on August 9th, 1945. He indirectly caused the death of Jiraiya because he indirectly caused pain to be evil. He told the village that Naruto inherited the Nine-Tailed Fox, so all the hatred to the Nine-Tailed Fox all transferred to a Gerber baby goo goo gaga saying that nigga Naruto, baby Naruto. Naruto wasn't even old enough to comprehend the nuances of Cocoa Melon, and the whole village was already his op. He gave Orochimaru the resources and materials to conduct evil Diddy Snake nigga experiments. He tried to slime out the Hokage, his former mans, multiple times because he wanted the position and was jealous. By the way, after all that, the Hokage still let bro walk the Leaf Village. What are we doing? When Pain and the Akatsuki pulled up, mind you, like I said before, he indirectly caused this. Donzo indirectly caused this. When Pain pulled up, when the real demons pulled up, Donzo ceased to exist from the village because he wanted zero smoke. He wanted no parts in the Pain belts. Mind you, bro's whole thing is that he does all the dark evil shit for the protection of the Lee village. He ain't protecting nothing. What is Blood doing? Blood is frozen. That right there is Donzo Shimura. That same Donzo Shimura told a 13-year-old Itachi to slime out his own clan, his own race. So right now already, even without going into context on that specific order yet, if you agree with the Uchiha massacre, you're basically agreeing with an average Donzo Shimura idea. I don't think you want to agree with an average Donzo Shimura idea. Alright, so the reason Donzo told Itachi to do this is 1, because he's racist. 2, if the Uchiha clan tries to coup d'etat the Lee village, it's gonna be a civil war. If a civil war ensues and other nations hear about it, other nations, the Lee village's ops are gonna pull up and start dicking him like them Philly niggas.
See, they be like, I dicked him, you dicked me.
I just dicked her.
So Donzo's solution was to get Itachi to slime out his whole entire clan. Knowing what I just told you about Donzo, is Donzo really the individual to listen to when it comes to anything ever? But Itachi, the self-hating coon, ate that up immediately and was on hot. He was ready to go. The Civil War, in my opinion, fuck them niggas. The way I see it, let's say the Civil War happens. By the time it's over, some Uchiha will still exist and they won't wholly be wiped out. The Lee village though will take a lot of damage. However, the Lee village, like I mentioned before and in past videos, the Lee village is straight ass. They low-key have to go. Unfortunately, a lot of innocents will get sent back to the lobby, but a lot of Uchiha innocents got sent back to the lobby in reality too. Also, there low-key is no such thing as a Lee village innocent. The regular innocent Lee village citizens were the same citizens bullying Naruto growing up. They was calling bro slurs, they was laughing at him. The Lee village is just street filled with hate-filled Twitter niggas. Name me one good thing the Lee village has contributed to society since Hashirama and before Naruto became Hokage. I don't hear nothing. You wanna know why? Cause nothing, nigga! Every main villain in the 4th Great Ninja War was a Leaf Shinobi. The 2 people corrupting the world the most behind the scenes were Leaf Shinobi. Japanese mangaka low-key love writing fictional America. What does America even do?
The clan. You overestimate your own abilities.
The blacks. I'd be so insane if I said something like that, bro. And then, you know, as we know, Itachi farmed on his whole entire clan. Killed his cousin, killed the rich uncle that be giving him all the good advice to get the hoes. Killed grandma. You killed grandma, dog. Eliminated everybody but his little brother Sasuke. But then even Sasuke, he did this nigga OD dirty too. When Sasuke came back home from pulling all the stories at his school, he walked around and genuinely saw his whole entire bloodline bloodied on the floor, deceased. He walked into his crib and there his sorry ass brother is farming on his dead parents he just killed. This is y'all's goat. Sasuke was Itachi's #1 glazer. The way y'all, not me, y'all glaze Braun, Sasuke was glazing his brother more. But there his goat, his glorious king, was just standing there cosplaying OJ Simpson.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Now, like I previously stated, Itachi did spare his fellow nut. So that, you know what I'm saying, is good. A little bit. Until you realize Itachi put Sasuke in a genjutsu and forced him to watch his parents die, his cousins die, all his family die 518,400 times? God damn, nigga, you already racist. How the hell you get worse? Itachi claims that he did this to make sure Sasuke hated him. I think he already was gonna hate you, gang. If I was Sasuke, me walking into the room and seeing my big brother purposely trying to catch the good sunlighting to increase the
What is that time? Fuck off, man. Fuck's sake.
Reaching this aura would have already had me hating bro, let alone what bro just did. He's not taking no selfie, there's no phone around, there's no hoes around. He killed the hoes too, but at least we know he doesn't move like Cat. But chat, is that not crazy?
Is that the bitch that
Well,
fucked
bro
up?
just did. He's not taking no selfie. There's no phone around. There's no hoes around. He killed the hoes too, but at least we know he doesn't move like cat. But chat, is that not crazy? Genuinely the worst big brother known to fiction, non-fiction, anything iction ever, nigga. He's like how when you're younger, your older brother is low-key a meat face to you, then gradually becomes a goat. Except for Itachi, it's the exact opposite.
Oh my god, I'm trash, bro. I just keep missing. What the fuck is going on?
He low-key becomes a genocidal coon who rides out for a nigga who stole all.
What the fuck? Is that speed? Also when he taking a piss, but his dear low genuinely? What the fuck? Bluetooth to his jailbroken shotgun, so the amalgamation of every shotgun user he stole from generally tries vibrating his meat off, turning him into a eunuch. What the fuck? Deeply tied to the immense physical toll of his ocular powers and the extreme negative stress of his traumatic life. Cheese chips. You're real.
from behind him. Oh my gosh, bro, this nigga's trying so hard. Like, are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? There is no...
Arch walking there. Oh, I'm so trash.
Ugh.
Am I trash? I didn't expect him to chow. I didn't expect him to chow. That's so stupid. I just died for no reason. He's got my special, man. No way, bro. What?
No reason to do this. He's not even. And after Itachi beats Datara with his destiny-given glazed genjutsu powers, the sun comes out and Itachi immediately gets in the way of the sun to aura farm off the lighting reverberating from behind him. Oh my gosh, bro! This nigga's trying so hard! Like, are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? There is no reason to do this. He's not even trying to show niggas the fit. He's showing niggas the silhouette. He's flexing his silhouette, bro. I ain't never seen no shit like this a day. This is clearly ranked lobbies. People stay talking about Piccolo's aura farming, Sung Jin Woo's aura farming. I truly just don't think their dedication to the craft is quite like this, man. And look at Datara too, just eating this up. Truly enamored by his presence. Oh hell no, man! Why is he looking like he's truly seen the greatest nigga to ever exist? He hasn't even seen me yet. This right here though is exactly how I look when I see a fine dark skin, brown skin with locks.
It's beautiful. This is art.
Yeah, that junk gotta be illegal, gang. Nigga, as a grown man peered into another grown man's eyes and called that shit art. Damn, is dick riding all you do? Then they got dudes in the comments straight glazing. Why does Itachi look so godly at the end, LMAO? LMAO, he didn't look so godly, man. LMAO, get off your knees, nigga. The way the sunlight hits Itachi, it makes him look like he is a religious prophet. Do y'all see what I mean, man? The same man who slimed out his own family for Donzo Trump is now getting put in Jesus talks because he caught some good lighting. This man is so light-skinned. Then Itachi walks around with a cool ass shark that may sound like nothing, but who you walk around with is very important to your aura. Kisame is literally a talking shark with hair with a cool thing on his back that's wrapped in bandages. We all know anything in anime that's wrapped in bandages is cold as hell. I know in the Akatsuki you can't pick your partners. I just know this nigga slid paint a 20 to make Kisame his partner. Also too, Itachi's love for aura farming, Kisame shares this love almost as strongly. This is them in the rain, just straight try hard. Itachi sitting down, hand on his knee, looking off into the distance. Actually, no, his eyes probably closed. Sorry, yeah, nigga. He in his head talking about some, I just know I'm shitting on these niggas. And then there's Kisame right behind him, hand on the blick, looking off to the right. Nigga, nobody's in front of you. There's genuinely no ops within your vicinity. What are you doing? And then as Itachi was about to die to Sasuke, he reignited Sasuke's childhood trauma by smacking him on the fucking forehead. Every single time Sasuke wanted to play with his brother when he was younger, Itachi kept beating the hell out of his forehead every single time they say, sorry Sasuke, another time. And then that other time would never come. So then he did it again, but the other time, this time was him being fucking dead. Y'all see what I mean, bro? Like, is he not a dick face? That's y'all's goat, man? I guess, man. Itachi may be strong, he may be tough with the kunais, tough with the Sharingan, I guess, but as a human being, as a person, he's barely better than Orochimaru and Danzo. But hey, that's the video though. Follow my Instagram, get me to 10K, drink some lemonade, and as always, subscribe in that big, you feel me?
I've been pissed, I'm starving in traffic. Me and Twin get in the studio and we start snapping. I so shawty don't move, yeah, just keep that ass bent. It's crazy the money.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video. I'm here with a special guest, Casey. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Cool. So yeah, me and Casey did a podcast like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Casey's an OG in the dating space, a guy that I respect a lot, and here in Arizona, wanted to pay a visit. So today we're going to talk about a few things regarding modern dating, per usual.
Yeah.
If guys don't know your background, you're really into like female nature, female psychology, and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah, for sure. So like, I guess the main problem that over the years that I was helping guys solve is just like making sure you can maintain interest levels with like the women that you actually want.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's really tough for a lot of guys, right? Because it's like you go through something where maybe a woman pulls back, or you know, maybe you're left heartbroken or something like that, and it's terrible, and guys start looking for answers. So I've made videos a lot of times regarding that aspect of female nature.
creating a fucking
nature, and that's kind of how I started helping dudes.
Nice, man. Nice.
Yeah.
So let's talk about a bit of the difference between dating as like the average man. When I say average, you know, the guy who objectively is not within that top 10%, maybe doesn't have a lot of options. He's kind of not getting his pick of the litter. Versus the top 10% men, which based upon that sort of criteria, would you describe yourself as a top 10% guy?
Good question. Would I describe myself as a top 10% guy? God, I feel like that's one of those questions where even if you are, you have to say no. You know what I mean?
Hell no.
So,
I feel like I am. I feel like I.
Same guy again.
I am, and I say that not in an arrogant way, just because I know my journey, I know my path.
yeah,
you know?
I am, and I know that I am. But yeah, I mean, a lot of guys, you know, as they're trying to like, that's what I keep saying is like, guys have to want to inch their way closer to either whatever you want to call it, that Chad category, that top 10% man category. Like, you get to a point where it's like you either are or you aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want that to discourage guys either, because with enough, call it what you want, willpower, dedication, you know, just a relentless goal to pursue your own attractiveness so you have dating options, I really believe that any man can get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Any man with an average base or like a decent sort of starting point, right? So for example, this might be bad to say, but do you think like the 5'3" guy can get to like top 10% man status?
Oh, God, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah,
right.
So he can maybe compensate with other factors, yes, but it definitely will be harder.
Yeah, it will be harder. I think the average man, okay, so here's the thing. We all know from all of these dating videos over the years that women do not want average men. And all women, whether she is very, very attractive, medium attractiveness, or not very attractive, are all typically attracted to the same types of guys. Mm-hmm. So in some way, shape, or form, you either are or you aren't, which means you have to inch your way closer to getting into that category. So like the truth that a lot of guys don't know because they haven't experienced this is like, whether it's a dating app or even in real life, the top 10% of guys get favorited so much that they hardly have to put in any effort compared to the hundreds of guys on the app just hoping they can get a coffee date.
Yeah.
So it's like, the key is not better, all this stuff, whether it be hoping you can formulate the text message better and all this. It's like, no, you have to actually strive to be chosen.
Before conversation even begins.
Yes, you have to get to a point where she looks at you and she's like, damn, I would. Mm-hmm. The closer you can get to that category, the better.
Yeah, which goes deeper into a deeper point of how better dating results as a man is always tied into transformation and just overall general self-improvement.
Yeah.
Right? You have to make that progress. Now, going back to our story, right? I've dated as a quote unquote average guy before, so I remember what that experience is like. But I also know what it's like to date as the quote unquote top 10% of men.
Yeah.
Versus you. Do you remember a time in your life where it's like you didn't have everything you've built for yourself now and the transformation and what that dating experience was like for you?
Oh yeah. So for me, before I put in like the work in myself that I needed to, it was absolutely brutal. So like in high school, I had zero options. I graduated high school, I started hitting the gym hard, and then finally I was getting like choosing signals, and I focused really, really hard on like looks, aesthetic. I had like the pretty boy kind of blonde hair going at the time. You know, now I'm gotta let this heal right now. But back then I started getting all these choosing signals and all this interest from like really attractive women. And then I started to realize, I was like, whoa, it's like a totally different ball game. It's like they are like really, really hunting for the men that they want.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. That's one big thing that blew my mind too, is that, once I made I kind of, fitness was like the start of my transformation back when I was like 18 years old.
Yeah.
But outside of the fitness, once I like transform my looks and how I show up, especially online, because that was like my main dating strategy. It was like, I didn't know women acted like this at all.
Yeah.
It blew my mind,
Yeah, for sure. Like what I think a guy has to realize about women is that, if you're on these apps and if you're out trying to meet women right now and you're not doing all of these small micro habits for success, and this is everything, tracking your macros, dialing in your macros, having good fashion, having a good jawline because you maybe
How was I not hitting him? Oh my god, man. Fuck, bro.
if you don't have genetically the best jawline, your diet is dialed in.
Or
So
enhancing your facial hair to make it pop more. or
yes,
something.
enhancing facial hair, everything. If you're not doing these small micro habits, what happens when the Saturday night's over, the charm or whatever wears off, and you go home from the bar or whatever, and you don't see her anymore? She's just gonna hop on the app and go find the hotter Chad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, guys don't know that because they have not experienced what it's like to get to that top 10%, if you want to call it. But yeah, if they're not striving for that lifestyle, I think they're in for a rude awakening. And if you look at most people's lifestyle habits, it's like, so they go home, they get done with work, and then they just will watch TV and eat some garbage food with a bunch of, you know, probably crap ingredients. And then they wonder why their life isn't going the way they want it to. It's like, this stuff takes some discipline, you know?
Yeah. exactly. One thing I'll say too, in terms of like just the different dating problems from being an average guy versus like the top 10% guy. So average guys, you know, they struggle purely with the attraction phase, like just getting enough options or options that they actually like.
Sound like probably a homicide.
Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
We've all seen the hypergamy chart. Women want the man starting off at like number 6, and then everybody beneath that is like literally invisible.
Right.
But once you make it to a point, you know, through the self-improvement, the physical fitness, whatever, what I've realized is that new problems occur through the success. And it's not even attraction at this point. It comes down to figuring out it more like a vetting sort of thing, like figuring out who's best for you.
Yeah, it's hard. You got to find out who's on your team. You got to find the women that are on your team. And that's where it's tough because, like, women, just like how men have game, would you agree women have some degree of game as well?
I've never met a woman who had intentional game, but I met women who a woman's game is just being feminine and nice.
Right. Game in the sense of crafting herself in a way to hopefully appear like she'd be good long-term potential for you.
Yeah. What's the term? Selling you purity.
Yeah, selling you purity, right? Yeah. So the thing that a lot of high value men, if you want to call it that, are going to run into would be right. And see, like, here's the thing too. I want to say is like high value. It can be it's dependent on what she's prioritizing and what she wants. There's going to be some women where she's at a certain age and a certain point in her life where she values kids and a family, and she's going to be looking for more like long-term provider type men. There might be other women who maybe they're a little bit younger, or maybe it's just the type of guy she's into. She just wants like the hottest physically attractive guy she can get, right? It depends what she wants and what she considers to be high value. But one thing that a guy has to be aware of is when you do run across a woman that puts you in that category where she tells herself, this guy's my type and I want him. You have to be very aware of that vetting process for maybe 6 months, 12 months, however long, to see if her mask wears off.
Yeah.
You got to see, hey, is this woman really on my team? Is this woman really the type that's going to be loyal? Is this woman really the type that's going to be there even if I have a bad day? And most importantly, another thing that I think is overlooked that guys don't talk about is this woman just going to be nice to me? Like, if you're going to be with a woman and date a woman, especially long term, she has to want to give you that nurturing side and just be nice to you. If you don't have that, man, God, it makes for a miserable dating experience.
Yeah, and the funny part is, you know, after you have the options and you go out on a lot of dates, you'll realize that most women just simply aren't compatible nor fit the criteria of like long-term relationship material.
No, not at all.
You know?
And I think it takes a guy getting to a standpoint of abundance to even recognize that.
Exactly.
That she wouldn't be worth committing to, because, dude, most guys are going to be just blinded by her beauty. 99, or I mean, I don't know the exact percentage, right? But most guys are going to just think she's so damn hot. I would love to date her. I would marry that woman. I'd do anything to be with her. And then you know what happens is they wind up pissed off because they're heartbroken, or she isn't what he thought she would be.
Exactly, because we're vetting off aesthetics, not vetting off internal characteristics.
Yes.
And then they're not doing it long enough either. You know, they're in this like honeymoon phase, and within 2 months, you know, get rid of all their options and just start focusing on her.
Yeah.
For me, I've always had the approach of hire slowly, fire fast.
For sure.
Meaning that, you know, it takes a time for me to give you my exclusivity, for me to see who you are as a person. Usually this takes upwards 6 months for me.
Give us a European praise. No, I almost did it to him, bro. Oh my god, man.
Gulag is your last chance. Fight to earn redeployment.
I did it for a year.
Now, let me ask you this. So were you always like that, or was that a trained and learned skill?
That was definitely a trained and learned skill.
Me
for sure.
too.
Yeah.
For me too, even in my mid-20s, I would say that I would more so still be on the side of like, God, you just really want that hot woman.
Yeah.
So it definitely is a trained thing. I think a guy has to be aware of that. It's like, whoa, slow down a little, you know?
Exactly. And allow the woman to progress the relationship instead of yourself. Because I used to be the one to progress the relationship. I'm like, yo, I want you to be my girlfriend. Like, let's do this.
Right.
You know?
Completely.
Exactly. So, yeah.
You know,
Hires.
all right, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Well, so the thing is too, what's funny with that is when you say like, hey, I want you to be my girlfriend, I think that's that mindset. That's the mindset I was into.
I just lost that, by the way. This guy is camping my loadout. No, oh my god. Oh my god, man. I lost too much trying to fucking kill him, bro. I think after I cracked him, I should have just pushed up, maybe. Because that mantle animation is basically what killed me. I take the winner. Niggas are teaming, bro.
Also improve your status. Yes, you should also like.
Should have stayed in the car.
What guys don't understand either is like they want a lot of times like a one-size-fits-all approach.
Yeah.
Without realizing that dating is so many different skills stacked on top of each other, and it's all a different piece of the puzzle. And if guys are looking for that one missing puzzle piece, it's like you're looking at this the wrong way. It's like every little skill that you add, it just gets you a 0.5% or 1% closer to victory.
Yeah.
But if you fast forward a year, 2 years later, you have all these micro skills that transformed you into someone new, and that's the end result.
Actually, it's really all about the money. And I'll know you think I'm pretty, and I'll know that you're worth my time.
But again, you know, Brett Cooper, it's the same because she did marry a rich guy, right? She didn't marry an average Joe. There's average Joes that work on her show that she meets every day. What? What's up, guys? Welcome to my reaction series. Today, we are reacting to a right-wing e-girl, Brett Cooper, acknowledging that water is wet, the sky is blue, and women are big, fat slut whores. She's kind of danced around this topic for years, and finally, now that it's hitting her in the face, she's got to be like, look, I guess we are terrible. Welcome to the team, Brett. Welcome here.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Get fucked.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Enrage.
Loadout drop headed your way.
I didn't think I was going to be able to catch it, so I went to 6. Whatever, I guess. Why they make getting back into the heli after you fucking... Oh my god, they changed it, man. You can't do it consistently anymore. I still have the fucking heli.
Also, guys, we want to do live events in your city. So if you want to fill out the form in the description, you can put in your name, your phone number, your email, and then we'll contact you when we are in your city. So
acts of vacation, words of confirmed flights, and definitely quality time abroad.
Quality time abroad. Yeah, got it. Yeah. So needless to say, today we are talking about how the line between...
Now, mind you, Brett Cooper, I'd like to say, is no different. None of us are any different or special. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what you're going to see from Brett Cooper. She will not put the career away for the kid because she likes the attention from the internet more than the attention from the kids. For whatever reason, the reason I think it's because it just gives us so much leverage. It's so fun. I have a grand old time here, right? But we gotta acknowledge this stuff. On top of that, she married a guy that's worth like 2 million or 5 million, around that range, if you look it up. And she travels for work. And then remember, she was doing eyes at the famous hot men while her chud husband's like sitting in the hotel room. Even the famous hot men that have talked shit about her husband, right? So no different, not special at all. And that's okay, right? I'm not special. She's not special. We're all a bunch of big fat slut whores. You know, and it just is what it is. So yeah, so she's going to sell, oh no, what is this? But like, let's just keep it a buck. Yeah, the same.
Between finding love and prostitution in Miami is very, very thin. Not to mention, we also need to talk about how women simply love to hate something just because other women like to hate it and because they say it's permissible. And honestly, I think that's why we found ourselves in this dating predicament to begin with. Now, before we dive in, I want to say thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for always jumping in the comment section and sharing your thoughts. Today, you're going to have to let me know.
Yeah, so look, it just you know, oh no, we don't care about money. The exact net worth of which it used to say like 2 to 5 million. I think they took it down after I'm on these bitches' asses. However, Cooper has stated he is a very successful entrepreneur. They knew each other for 15 years before starting to date. Well, I don't think that's true, but all right.
Know if any woman has ever...
I'm on your bitches' asses. If you ladies don't want me to come after your relationship, you better not put it on the internet. You better not use it to build your brand. Otherwise, I'll be on your ass. I'm here.
Slid into your DMs asking you to pay for something, as we're going to talk about today. So just let me know. But anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for always liking and subscribing to the channel. If you want to stay up to date on everything we upload, make sure to ring that notification bell. All right, so just diving in, the reason for today's video, obviously, is a viral TikTok. So take a look at this video that blew up over the weekend.
So here's an update on how dating is going in Miami as a 37-year-old single male. I met this girl at the pool yesterday. We hung out for an hour and a half. Had a decent time, good time. And then as we were leaving, I paid for her valet. And now apparently to see her again, I have to pay for her hair extensions. Presumably I'll pay for her Uber tomorrow to the date. Obviously I'll pay for dinner, all before we go on our first date. That is a hard pass for me.
Now, that being a hard pass for me is putting it mildly compared to how I would respond if I was a man. So
okay, so here's what's going to happen. There's women that cash out earlier and later, right? And the goal is always to get the hottest men available. And attention from the highest status men in society is like our currency, right? And this could be through behavior. Every woman, like what we find attractive is different. So it really varies. So some women, they want the simps to essentially pay for their lifestyle where they can bang and give sex to the attractive men for free. So yeah, that's how they do it.
This up because I know that there was some music behind that TikTok and he sped up his voice. What happened here is that this man, he is sharing a text exchange that he just had with a woman. He said he met this girl at the pool. They hung out. They chatted for about an hour and a half before they both decided to leave. When they were leaving, he paid for her valet, got her number, asked her out. They're talking about going to dinner, presumably the next night. And she texts him and says, "Good morning, sexy. I'd love to schedule to get my hair extensions done so I feel extra sexy for our date night." And so obviously this man takes that to mean that she is wanting him to pay for her hair extensions before they even go on their first date. Now, she is not, coming out right and saying, hey, Venmo me $500 for hair extensions, whatever it is in this economy. But why else would she be texting him that? Like, there's no reason to bring that into the conversation unless you were trying to bait the man into sending you, zelling you, cash apping you, whatever we're doing, all of that money before he can have access to you for this date. Now, obviously, this man is going, no, I'm not into that. And because he did not read it in the TikTok, this was his response. This is what I can decipher from behind his head. But he says, damn, I am not attracted to having to pay for basic stuff before we are dating or even go on a single date. That is what fat and ugly guys have to do, not my thing. Which honestly is a banger of a response. Now,
Yeah, because again, if he was hot, if she was attracted enough to him, then she wouldn't make him pay for anything. But she doesn't find him attractive, so that you have a higher cost. That's why, like, women that wait for marriage with their husbands, they're not attracted to him because he's got like the ultimate price. Like, that's like the biggest, that's a big price,
I'm sure that you guys are sitting there because you are all common sense, normal individuals, and you're thinking, yeah, okay, he is right. That is insane. That is a no-go, not the kind of woman for him. Like, the audacity of this woman to come out after meeting this man only once. They've spent an hour together and asking for this. But guys, this video did not blow up on TikTok because people agreed with him and people are now, talking about the state of womanhood in 2026, the audacity of females in America. No. Of course. No, it blew up because women on the internet were appalled by him. They were appalled by him, and he got so trashed on this app that he deleted the video in its entirety. And just listen to some of these responses that I compiled. So one woman said he wants full access to the first class lounge on an economy class ticket. I know that she thought she ate with that one. 22,000 other women liked that. Another person said, pay up, pops. Another 22,000 likes on that comment. On another site that was talking about this viral exchange, a woman commented and said, this is why I stay far away from men. Because, he's mad that he has to pay for her hair. Same men that chase after high maintenance women as trophies, but hate maintaining them. Like getting a Porsche and getting mad at premium fuel and oil changes. That means you can't afford it. And I'm not even super high maintenance like that. I can buy my own weave and do my own nails and eyebrows, etc. Very much a DIY girly. But it pisses me off that men want us to be pretty, but don't want the hard work that...
Okay, but being pretty, it's hard work after a certain age, right? They want you young and pretty. Young. You don't have to do all the fake stuff when you're young because you're just pretty. Now you got to put fake stuff because you're old and you're trying to prove you still got it.
Comes with it. The hard work, aka shilling out potentially thousands of dollars for hair extensions before a first date just to get access to a woman who, in your words, needs to be maintained. And because he is not interested in crossing that line, because he does not want to monetize a date, because he does not want to engage in cross...
If mousepad stickers are coming off. not. I know you're there.
Watch the skies.
Bitch! Stop running! Fuck! That was close. Good game. When sweats run away, bro. Fucking hell. Into an aim assist. Lazy control. Shoot me in the back,
Constitution that I guess that means he's a dusty, musty, can't afford it man. Like, this is just insane. Like, seriously, guys, I was reading all these comments. I was seeing all of the stitches and the reposts. Genuinely felt like I had entered the upside down. And just from there, the whole thing exploded. It got even worse. Just based on that video alone, women were harshly judging him just because of what they saw in front of that green screen where he was talking about the text messages. They were judging him and his look.
Sus? I think he might just. I think that's him, sus. That might just be him, sus. Let me see. I think this is the guy who killed me earlier. Let's see. Maybe he's getting. Potentially not his stuff. He's picking up shit. Game, man. Go special guy coming killed him fine. Random sniping like that. Playing on this.
and most importantly, his age, because he talks about being 37. Women did not believe that. Somebody said, yeah, it's giving 47. Another person said, he looks 10 years older than my 40-year-old husband. And then another person said, he's an average-looking guy at best. Now, here's the thing. I did some journalism, as my friend Jack Mack would say, boots on the ground journalism, and I did.
Oh my god, man. Weirdo, bro. Just looking onto people that are fucking hella far away. And he has tech as if he's at least competent at the game. He's cheating. Bored guy. Get off the game.
What apparently these commenters were simply too lazy to do. I clicked on his profile. I went to his page, and listen, those 40-year-old man glasses, they were not doing him any favors. They look like he picked them up in the back of Sam's Club or Costco, but I'm sorry. Looking at this man's profile, you cannot say say.
Oh my god, he's hot. Oh my goodness. Dude, this is like this is, women hate Giga Chads because they have too much power.
Objective.
Is Brett Cooper growing on me a little bit? She's getting a little less bratty.
As a married woman, you cannot say that he is ugly or that he looks geriatric. I mean, his entire TikTok page, for better or for worse, is him working out and getting jacked. And so I am sorry, but let's just take this comment. For example, this person, Eric Riviera Cooks, said, I'm 44 and he looks way older than me. Okay, Eric, this is you and this is him. No, he
Oh my gosh.
does not. What Kool-Aid are you people drinking? All of you are coping and seething because the internet hive mind in this comment section told you to. They convinced you because this man was not willing to Venmo a random chick $2,800, $1,500, again, whatever it is, that he is ugly and old and awful. Because I'm sorry, objectively, this guy actually doesn't look that bad. He doesn't look awful. He's fit. He's competing in cross.
That what?
Fit and high rocks competitions.
That bad. He looks great. That's like a male 9 or 10.
I went to his Instagram. He's posting pictures with his cute siblings that he's apparently close with. He's posting photos of him hanging out with his nieces and nephews. He's posting beautifully heartfelt tributes to his late mother who recently passed away. Like, other than the overwhelmingly amount, I will be honest there, the overwhelming amount of posed gym photos with the strange facial expressions. Like,
you know, she's okay. So again, Cooper, she still hates masculinity to some degree. And whenever there's a type of masculinity that gives men power, like notice how she's praising the type of masculinity that's like good for women. So, oh, he loves his mother. Da, 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 da. But whenever it's like posting gym selfies, she doesn't like it because that gives men the power to get more bitches.
like other than that, there aren't really a lot of glaring red flags, but the girls and the gays on TikTok were adamant that he was too old and too gross to be acting in this way, to be drawing this line in the sand, and that he should know his age, he should know.
Oh my god, fuck off, man. Running away. All sweats do is run away, waiting for you to get to a fucking aim assist.
Enemy UAV overhead. Supply box secured. 2 to go.
fucking serious? Are you fucking... Oh my... What is happening? No! Oh my god. I'm gonna wrong input myself to fucking death at this point. Did he kill him? Who is that?
Enemy UAV is online.
Oh my god, stop running away. Fuck. Oh my god. You got it, man, you got it. I'm just running away. How boring is that? I got the grapples. Still not gonna push, are you? Fucking hell.
Bounty targets are up. Get after them. Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh my god, he's just gone up top again. Dude. Where are you, bro? Bro. So long chasing that guy. Like, fucking shoot your gun. Why am I surrounded by big game values? Spun! he was definitely lost. I think I got in his car. I was so dark.
Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down.
Oh my god. Level 37. Jesus, not bad. Taking a shot. That was such a boring game, bro. This fights took so fucking
her
long.
worth,
I
like, remember the
barely
comment that we
got
read
any
earlier,
fights.
pay
All my
up
fights were
pops.
like
If he
5
wants
minutes
to
long,
much
'cause everybody kept
power.
have
running
access
away.
to that type of woman, he is
Play
going
the
to have to
fucking game.
pay. Ladies and gentlemen, the 22,000 people, however many people are commenting here, that is called prostitution. Ironically, on another side of the internet, while some women were saying that he was, you know,
Yeah, prostitution. I'm telling you, it's going to become more rampant as the economy. Women are going to pick being sex workers over wives. And it makes sense when you think about it. Because, okay, if you're a sex worker, okay, that I don't know the schedule of a sex worker, I guess, but let's say it's like a 9 to 5. And then the rest of the day, you can do whatever you want, where if you have a husband, you have to live by his rules, you know, so, and get along with another person. And that, I mean, it makes sense why the sexes are going further and further apart.
ugly and old. Other women were saying that actually he was too fit, that he works out too much, he looks too good. And because of that, he must be gay. Just watch.
All before we go on our first date. That is.
You're angry that she has standards because you.
She's so ugly. Like the audacity of you've got to.
You're trying to bag the wrong team. No man looks like that for women.
I mean, genuinely, it's like men can't win. I mean, there's just so much to unpack in that 30-second TikTok. Number one, she's saying that a woman asking for money before a first date is called having standards. I'm sorry, we have completely lost all value systems, all semblance of a moral compass if you think that is having standards. And then number two, this is like a backhanded compliment.
Brett, it's taking you long enough to get here. It's taking you long enough. We have been waiting for you. You're middle of the road commentating for years. I don't know what's going on. Get the fuck out of here. I've been here. Pearl just hates women. I've been here. Interview 1,000, then get back to me. Interview 1,000, you know.
This woman is obviously upset that she does not have access to a man who looks like that, who has abs like that, who works out like that. And so she is saying, you are too fit, too good looking, so you must be gay. No man looks like that when he's trying to attract a woman, because I obviously would not be attracted to that. Yes, you are, ma'am. Yes, you and your cats certainly are. Sorry, that was a little bit rude. I'll take it down a little bit. But anyway, they're saying that he's gay. Now, on that same note, somebody else commented on one of the original reposts talking about him. This woman, Batman's counselor, said, I hope he finds the man of his dreams. Like, literally, my whole response here is just like, men can't win. Women are saying, you know, don't be fat, don't be ugly, go work out, be hot and rich for us, but actually don't work out too much. And if you look like that, then you're probably doing it for men and not women, because we actually don't want you to look like that. I mean, it is exhausting. It's almost as exhausting as higher education is, but actually not when you go to Grand Canyon University, because GCU does not settle for the exhausting status quo.
Style plug.
Out of me, Chica. Yeah, not today, bitch. Not today.
Let's watch.
So this guy that I was seeing is currently going viral because he posted a video of his text response to a girl, like insinuating that she wanted him to pay for her extensions. And people are like eating him up in the comments. And from someone that was like going on dates with him and seeing him for a couple months on and off, I can completely attest to, like, he thinks that he's the prize. Like, one of our first conversations, he was like, oh, I have more Instagram followers than you. I said, okay, and I don't really care about that stuff. And he's like, oh, it's just an observation. Okay.
Wow, okay.
we would go out and like girls would, I don't know, look in his direction, and he's like, yeah, it happens a lot. Even if men looked at our table, he would be like, they're probably sizing me up. They probably like my physique. I'm like, yeah, they're looking at you. Mm-hmm. And always like making a comment of like, yeah, everyone's like looking.
Yeah, see, you can't, ladies, you got to understand that when you post stuff like this, he's still hit. So you can like nag or whatever and say you don't like parts of his personality, but he still got to hit a Stacy
like
for
he
a couple
wins.
months. So
Like, fuck off.
Me, like it's just, you know, whatever. It's just, it was always, he's the prize, he's the best.
All right, now obviously I'm chuckling at this TikTok, but I do want to say it's important to note, you know, he could have been saying all of this and speaking in jest. She could just be jumping on the bandwagon for attention because this is going viral, but also I mean, just based on his social media, the man likes his body. He likes working out. He clearly wants attention based on the things that he's posting. So who knows? She could be, you know, speaking totally honestly. He could be really into himself. But then additionally, there was also this one.
This man has literally been trying to take me out for 10 years. And when I finally gave him a first date, he asked me to come over to his house. That was the first date. He asked me to come to his house. Because, mind you, it was a Tuesday. And he said, I had a really hard...
Yeah, because girls are doing it. Do you really not think that girls aren't going right to his house? Maybe not you, but...
...week last Wednesday.
Players.
Therefore, he wanted me to come to his house for first date. Please. Mind you, he's 40. Please.
So then, obviously, feeding into the rumors that he's not actually 37, that he looks older than his age, that he's lying about his age, whatever it is. Anyway, so because of these two TikToks that have also racked up thousands of views, women online, the ones who have been in these comment sections, they feel validated in their dislike of this man because he's self-absorbed, because he invited a woman to his house on a first date instead of doing, I don't know, a grand dinner, something else. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is that all of this hate from the jump stemmed from the fact that he would not pay for hair extensions for a random woman that he had met once. And then suddenly, because of that, all of these tens of thousands, millions of women at this point online agreed that this was the line in the sand. This was the example of having standards and knowing your worth. I mean, it is genuinely insane. And I guarantee, again, that maybe this is me being naive and hopeful. I don't know. You can call me out on this. I don't really care. But I believe that if you got a bunch of these commenters alone and you were talking with them about this, they would not have that kind of automatic response. But they watch these videos. They open the comment sections, as we all do. That's the first thing we do when we're scrolling on social media. They see all of these other tens of thousands of women, you know, validating the girl who he's texting, demanding this kind of treatment, shaming men for not giving it, et cetera, et cetera. And so they jump on board. They go, oh, well, obviously, yeah, I want that too. I want somebody to pay for me. Like, it is just grotesque. It is hive mind behavior. And apparently it is becoming a bigger trend. Just watch this TikTok.
I DM'd a girl and I said hello or hi or something. And she said, hi, if you think I'm pretty, pay for my nails today. Thank you. Sent me her Venmo. And I was like, and this is what I replied back. I said, I don't think you're that pretty. Then I said, that's girlfriend treatment. Then she said, haha, goodbye. I thought it was so funny. 1, I don't even know you. 2, I've never met you. 3, how many people do you do this with? Huh? I'm not just one of these men. They're gonna throw cash at you, then thinking,
Are you serious? 2 shotguns. Give me a gun, bro. I fucking landed. I can't even shoot them.
me throwing cash at a stranger is going to get you to reply back? No. The only way you have access to my money is through me. I'm not just going to be sending you stuff like that.
And it's so funny because you see men like this and Benny, and we're going to watch a couple of other videos, but men online are responding to this and they're saying, you know, we also know our worth. You know, we don't want you to just want us for our money, no matter how much money it is. That is our line in the sand. Well, simultaneously, women are making the same argument, but about the most ridiculous things. Men are saying, we want to get to know you. We want you to like us for who we are, not just because of our money. And these women are saying, actually, it's really all about the money. And I'll know you think I'm pretty, and I'll know that you're worth my time.
But again, you know, Brett Cooper, it's the same because she did marry a rich guy, right? She didn't marry an average Joe. There's average Joes that work on our show that she meets every day. And it's just our biological imperative. It's to never reproduce with average men. Sorry, fellas. It just is what it is. But luckily, you just have to convince a woman that you're above average for a little bit to get laid. So,
time. If you
kill the other guy? This guy cheating his dick off? He's a fucking bot. No way he's cheating. He didn't even know it's a fucking play. I don't think there's anybody else here. He's just getting loaded out. No way he killed someone with that. What the fuck? Or just boomed someone with that. Oh my god, man. Shoot someone. He's just gonna camp here, bro.
You Venmo me for my nails, my hair extension. I mean, it is so disgusting. It is so materialistic. I'm embarrassed to be a woman when I see these types of videos. It's just awful. And on another point, I feel like we should just like close the loop here and bring it back to what James Charles literally just got canceled for on TikTok like a couple of weeks ago. He was calling out the audacity that people have, specifically women on social media, to just ask people, ask famous people, ask rich people for money. No, hi, hello, how are you? I'm a big fan of yours. Not even following him, but DMing him a GoFundMe saying, I really need you to send me money. Once again, I know the internet was all up in arms about what he...
He's cheating. Why is he looking for the walls? He almost lost that. He's so bad. I don't know if he's cheating yet. The first instance of him cheating that guy was kind of sus. He still almost lost that. I'm just gonna pull him anyway.
He said, but I thought James was correct. Like, sorry, not sorry. Watch my video on that if you want to learn more. But this is an epidemic of audacious, materialistic people, is what I'm trying to say. And that point will be proven by this comment section, because once again, in terms of the TikTok we just watched, the women were on the girls' side. Just look at these comments. One girl said in reply to this guy, we like her a lot. Another one said, she ate. Another one said, I hope she got her nails paid for. And then another girl said, I love this tactic. Quick way to figure out if you're his dream girl. Once again, openly acknowledging that the only way a man is going to get his foot in the door is through money. Like, I read that comment and I literally wanted to bash my head into a wall. Like, great. Okay, so being somebody's dream girl, it's not about spark, a connection, her values, anything like that. No, it is about whether or not you find her physically attractive enough on social media to shill out cash before you even meet her. Love is dead. Is romance dead? Based on these individuals we are talking about today, apparently it is. Now, I think that this is happening all over the world, honestly, but specifically, it seems like this is becoming a big problem in Miami, where our guy Benny lives. For example, one matchmaker who's big on X, she posted about this back in February and said, "What's up with the dating scene in Miami right now? I've spoken with about 2 potential Miami matchmaking clients this week who have said that women are asking for a rent allowance and a shopping budget on first dates. This is good for my business because I can screen gold diggers out, but on a personal level, WTF." And I have to say, this is
again, women are going to pick sex work over, because you have to understand this is what's going to happen. So you're like, imagine you're in a relationship and you're doing all this stuff for free. You're like cooking for free, cleaning for free. And then you see your friend just getting railed by some old dude like once or twice a month and not having to do any of that and just getting the money. It's going to be tempting. A lot of women are going to sign up, you know, or you're going to see women getting money. Like, it's because some men cave. That's why they do it. And then the other women see it and they're like, well, I don't want to work. I don't want to, like, what am I getting? You know, we're not great people. Just
go by Miami man on the street interviews. Just watch.
What's your age? 31. Are you single? Yes, sir. What's the biggest problem you run into dating women in Miami now?
These buster ass, millionaire, trick ass niggas be fucking and poisoning these bitches' brains up. Because every time they come around me and they see that I'm not finna trick on them and pay for their time and pay for their fucking nails and pay for their whole lifestyle, and I'm just actually trying to get to know the bitch to see if she actually is even worthy of being around me and worthy of my time, they look at it looking like, nigga, I just committed a felony.
Because he won't pay for her whole life. All right, anyway, we'll go on to the next one.
What's the hardest part about dating in Miami?
The hardest part about dating in Miami is all the girls selling pussy. It's not dating no more.
Every girl is out here selling.
My cousins, my sisters, man, niggas' mamas, everybody out here in Miami, from the mamas to the daughters to the everybody selling pussy.
What happened to finding your wife, meeting her out, taking her on a date, and then seeing if something real happens?
That shit don't exist no more. That shit is extinct, bro, like dinosaurs. Wives is like dinosaurs. The bitches is extinct. You either buying the pussy or you ain't getting it.
Wives are like dinosaurs. That is the most abysmal yet iconic line coming out of this episode. Now, listen, I am sure that both of these men are being truthful. And honestly, after reading the comments that we have read, after seeing the uproar over Benny drawing his line in the sand, I do not blame them for their language. But I do.
Finally, Brett. Oh, no.
I have to say the commenters did make a good point. Sally, for example, on X said, "If this is the language with which you speak about the women around you, including your sisters, I'm shocked." Insert sarcasm that your dating scene is trash.
This is going to be the gaslighting where she says that, oh, well, it's just the women you are interviewing. And this is the biggest bullshit ever. This is how women, because what happens is she wants to sell her purity that she would never do that. And she's not like that. And it's like, Brett, you went to college. You're not putting away your career for your husband. Not saying that's wrong. Not saying that's wrong, but you're the same. You're the same. You married rich too. And women that look just like her, have the same look, do sex work all the time.
LG.
So. The AF. Higher class women don't date guys like this. Another person said, "Sad state of affairs when a nice guy